This video features a compilation of some of the most interesting medieval stories we've explored over the years. It includes topics ranging from the daily life in medieval pubs, taverns and inns, to the experiences of medieval teenagers and soldiers, as well as medieval perspectives on intimacy, saints, seasons and space. It's an extensive look into various aspects of the medieval era. During the Middle Ages, ale was the most commonly consumed drink in England, and taverns, inns and ale houses played a significant role in society. They provided food, drink and lodging for travellers, pilgrims and sometimes even royalty. While we often picture medieval taverns as dark, smoky and rowdy places filled with gambling and shady deals, the reality was more nuanced. These establishments were vital parts of the community. Monasteries also played a key role in offering hospitality. They viewed it as both a spiritual duty and a way to stay informed about the outside world. Hosting important visitors could lead to patronage, with wealthy guests sometimes donating money or land. Initially, monasteries accepted such donations, but by the 13th century, they began charging for accommodations. This led to the construction of buildings specifically for hosting travelers, similar to modern hotels with meals and drinks included. A good reputation for hospitality was essential, as it encouraged returning guests. Monasteries in major cities like London and York were often overwhelmed with visitors, while those in more remote areas struggled financially. Over time, this led to a divide. Affluent guests continued to be welcomed, while poorer travelers were increasingly turned away. On the third day of a guest's stay, they were expected to leave unless they were sick or the weather was too severe to travel. Only monks were allowed to stay longer, although it was difficult to ask visiting bishops or royalty to leave. The abbot likely welcomed wealthy visitors as he was expected to dine with them, and on such occasions was not restricted to the usual simple monastic meals. During these visits, monks were not allowed to interact with female guests, and women were not permitted within the monastic enclosures, whose corridors acted as a boundary between the monastic world and the outside. The guest master and cellarer were in charge of providing appropriate food and drink, and guests were housed according to their status. Those travelling with more than 14 horses were accommodated in the abbot's house. Visitors were given candles and often received tours of the monastery. Many monastic communities had their own breweries, and the monks consumed large quantities of ale, anywhere from 8 to 16 pints daily. These monastic guest houses were in many ways the origin of the British pub. Ale was a staple of the medieval diet. In the early Middle Ages, most brewers were women. The earliest record of the term alewife dates to 1393 and referred to a woman running an ale house. These weren't purpose-built pubs, but rather family homes where ale was brewed for household use. If there was extra ale, it might be shared with neighbours or sold to travellers. These homes displayed an ale stake or pole to signal that a brew was available. Women managed all kitchen tasks, grinding grain, making dough, baking bread, and growing herbs. It made economic sense to use surplus grain for brewing ale rather than letting it go to waste. Some homes even created makeshift drinking areas for guests. As towns grew, the practice of selling ale became more common. In the early Middle Ages, most serfs were tied to their lord's land and rarely travelled. By the 14th century, especially after the Black Death, travel increased, and with it the need for inns and ale houses. Long stretches of countryside between villages and major roads required safe places for travellers to rest. Inns typically provided lodging and hot meals. Taverns focused more on drink and served wine, while alehouses sold ale. In smaller towns, inns were often centrally located or at crossroads and became economic centres, playing a crucial role in local social and political life. Many uprisings began with arguments in inns, often fueled by heavy drinking. Like alehouses, taverns displayed decorated poles to show they were open. Above the door, a bush of leaves was displayed, likely once used to stir the brew. Later, a sign with a recognizable symbol was hung outside, important at a time when most customers couldn't read. In London, a crowded and vital trading hub, there were many taverns and inns frequented by both locals and the many travellers passing through each year. Ale was typically served in wooden or leather mugs. Taverns, which served wine, an imported and more costly drink from France, attracted wealthier guests. Most inns had kitchens that offered simple, low-quality meals such as pottage, bread and cheese, or salted fish. These meals encouraged drinking and occasionally included roasted meat or bacon, either mixed into the pottage or baked into pies. Plates were often wooden or made from stale bread. Guests were expected to bring their own knife and spoon or eat with their hands. Taverns and inns were usually dark and unwelcoming, cold during winter, cool in summer, with candles and a central fire as the only sources of light and warmth. Large trestle tables and benches offered seating for meals and drinks. The air was thick with the smell of straw-covered floors, which likely held a mixture of manure, body odour, rotting food, and sour ale. Most inns had stables, and by 1324, innkeepers were allowed to charge 2 pence for feeding a horse for 1 day and night. While most innkeepers in London were men, records from the 1330s mention 2 women running inns in the harbour area. Sleeping arrangements were typically in shared chambers with straw beds, though some private rooms were available. These were often used by guests staying for longer periods. In 1345, a man named William Birbeck from Kent rented a private room at an inn owned by John Walton. He paid 1.5 pence per week and was given a key to his room. William, evidently a wealthy man, felt secure enough to leave valuables in a deposit box, which included silver and gold rings, silver ornaments, silk belts, purses, and 10 marks in cash. However, while he was away, someone entered his room and stole the box. The innkeeper, Walton, held his brewer, Roger, who also had a key, responsible. Royal regulations note that William's rent was quite affordable compared to what others paid. In 1338, a woman staying just 4 nights in London was charged 12 pence. That spring, King Edward III had departed abroad, marking the beginning of the 100 Years' War, and extra safety measures were implemented in the capital. In each ward, the most trustworthy men were assigned to ensure that innkeepers were not sheltering individuals they could not vouch for. This initiative intensified, and in 1343, a law was enacted requiring tavern owners to instruct their guests to leave their weapons behind before going into the streets. At that time, it was prohibited to carry arms within the city walls of London. Tavern keepers were also reminded that it was their duty to ensure guests, especially those from outside the city, were aware of this rule. Later that December, London's 24 aldermen were instructed to ensure that all innkeepers and hosts in their wards had good reputations, as they were responsible for reporting any suspicious individuals and preventing wrongdoers from staying in their establishments. When the king visited London with his large entourage, his marshals would secure sufficient lodging by commandeering inns and private homes, marking them with chalk. This practice likely originated with King Edward II, who had his marshals seize numerous London inns for the accommodation of nobles during his coronation. These important guests could stay with their attendants at no cost until 4 days after the event, at which point they had to leave. Even today, pubs are sometimes linked with unruly behaviour and violence, and this was also true in the Middle Ages. In 1272, Robert Bernard killed Ralph, the son of a vicar, with an axe at a tavern in Nottingham. In 1301, a man named Walter Imlay was fatally stabbed, and the assailant fled to Scotland, joined the army, and was later pardoned by the king for his service. In 1306, Thomas Blendera was expelled from his home and the area after he got drunk at a tavern one night, caused disturbances, and angered his neighbours. The mayor, Johann Bloat, who handled his case, seemed determined to deal firmly with habitual drunkards and public nuisances. Being a teenager has never been easy, with the challenges of hormones, insecurity, and self-identity, let alone trying to plan a future. In medieval Europe, adolescence was hardly acknowledged. Surviving to the teenage years was itself a rarity due to high childhood mortality. Legally, by the age of 12, a person was considered an adult. Many people died young, and numerous children lost one or both parents before puberty, with some becoming orphans before birth. Let's now take a look at what life was like for young people in the Middle Ages and why teenagers were often given away to strangers or entered unfamiliar households. Children had their teeth forcibly removed. Welcome to the harsh realities of the medieval world. Toward the end of the medieval period, around the year 1500, a Venetian ambassador described what he saw as a peculiar form of parenting in England. He noted that children were kept at home until around the age of 6 or 9, and then sent away, both boys and girls, to work in other people's households, typically under a contract lasting 7 to 9 years. This practice was common regardless of the family's wealth or social status. In fact, he observed that even wealthy families sent their children away, receiving the children of others in return. Though the ambassador was told this arrangement benefited the children, he suspected it was more about using other people's children for hard labor, while feeding them less. This cross-household child-rearing system was fairly typical in Northern Europe during the Middle Ages. Only a small number of children went on to study at university or enter religious life. Most were sent out to work as servants or apprentices, often around the age of 12 or 14, rather than as young as the ambassador suggested. For peasant families, sending children away was primarily a financial decision. Fewer mouths to feed meant less strain on the household. Families with a bit more money might even pay to secure their child an apprenticeship. After the population decline caused by the Black Death in 1350, apprentices became an affordable labor source, especially as hired workers grew more expensive and food became cheaper. There may have been other motivations too. Parents might have believed their children could learn better skills from others, or simply wanted to get rebellious teenagers out of the house. In the 14th century in Italy, a Florentine merchant named Puccio di Caldo advised that if a son was causing trouble, the best course of action was to send him far away under the care of a merchant or a trusted friend. Otherwise, the child would never improve. In some cases, teenagers were bound by strict contracts. In Northampton, England, in 1396, the mayor oversaw an agreement between a coppersmith named John Henley and his apprentice Thomas. Henley agreed to feed and train Thomas and to be fair in discipline. In return, Thomas promised not to run away, gamble, steal, visit prostitutes, or get married. If he broke the agreement, the apprenticeship would be extended from 7 to 14 years. Yet many teenage apprentices found the rules difficult to follow. Long periods of celibacy and strict control led many to frequent taverns and behave recklessly. For most of these youths, leaving their families was a deeply emotional and traumatic experience. What once brought me joy as a child between the ages of 3 and 10, while under the care of my parents, has now become a source of suffering and pain. However, he was fortunate to be able to express his emotions in writing and communicate with his parents at home. Most servants and apprentices, being illiterate, had no way to stay in touch with their families, even if they lived only a few miles away, often leaving them feeling isolated and abandoned. Puberty came with great responsibilities. While teenagers were often viewed as immature, there are many instances of them being entrusted with serious roles. In 1483, Charles VII of France became king at the age of 13. John of Bohemia was married and made king in 1410 at 14, and later became Count of Luxembourg at 17. The English military, typically led by older, more experienced commanders, followed Edward the Black Prince at the Battle of Crécy in 1346, when he was just 16. Despite his youth, Edward earned a reputation as one of the greatest knights of his time, recognized for his success during the 100 Years' War and praised for his chivalry. Some medieval girls also held significant power at a young age. Joanna the Wise became Queen of Naples in 1343. Joan of Arc led an army at just 17. Many other young boys and girls rose to power in the Middle Ages, some even becoming emperors while still very young. Elite women often married earlier than those of other social classes due to political considerations. In French and English high society, girls commonly married at or before the age of 12, at which point they were expected to assume adult responsibilities. While elite boys also married young, their transition to adulthood was more gradual, often continuing their education and youthful behavior even after marriage. Henry de Bractel, a 13th century legal scholar, wrote that a girl became a woman when she took on the responsibilities of managing a household. He was among the few who addressed the stages of a woman's life. Adolescence was seen as a woman's prime, a time when she was considered most beautiful and spiritually pure. Virginity and youth were closely linked. Once a girl married and lost her virginity, she was thought to have passed the most perfect stage of her life. In medieval thought, the shift from girlhood to womanhood was closely tied to relationships with men, marked by leaving home or apprenticeship to become a wife. A 15th century Latin text from Germany known as the Manual Scholium served as a guide for students. It was written to help them prepare for and understand the academic term ahead. The text is structured as a series of dialogues, mainly between two students, Balus and Camis, discussing various aspects of student life at the University of Heidelberg, including topics such as enrollment and the minimum attendance required to avoid disciplinary action, exams, university regulations, getting along with housemates, and everyday costs like bread, books, local craft beer, and women were common topics for students. One of the most notable discussions between two young scholars centers on a student initiation ritual known as knocking off the horns. This ceremony aimed to instill humility and good behavior in newcomers by encouraging them to shed their immature traits. During the conversation, a young newcomer, equivalent to what we now call a fresher, is harshly ridiculed by two older students. They insult him, calling him foolish, pathetic, foul-smelling, and ugly. One even asks what's causing a terrible smell, suggesting either a rotting corpse or a filthy goat. The second student adds that the newcomer has weak legs and resembles an elderly woman. They conclude that the newcomer needs to be purified before joining their respected group of students. This involved symbolically removing his horns, pulling out his teeth, shaving his beard, and making him confess his wrongdoings. He was made to wear a hood with horns and had false teeth inserted, which were then knocked off or polished using exaggerated tools like an axe and pliers. Many students were injured during the ritual. At the end, the newcomer had to buy dinner and wine for the senior students and professors as a form of penance. These types of initiations, which resemble modern hazing or bullying, were widespread across Northern Europe. In Paris, where the problem was especially severe, regulations were introduced to prevent physical and verbal mistreatment in various parts of the university. However, enforcement was lax. Students who insulted professors at the Sorbonne, for example, were simply required to buy drinks for everyone. In Germany, students were banned from throwing feces or urine at newcomers. At the College of St. Nicholas in Avignon, freshers had to serve meals to older students and endure the humiliation of being treated like servants. In many universities, new students were expected to fund banquets for others. At Heidelberg, a 1419 tradition required freshers to pay for a group outing to the baths, a euphemism for hiring prostitutes, despite official rules against drinking, gambling, and using intimacy workers. Costs of these initiations were sometimes regulated. For instance, in 1365 at Alons, a rule was established to ensure that financial penalties wouldn't force students to sell their books. The broader goal of these rites was to prepare young men for life beyond the university. One historian believes the Manu Scholium was written to help newcomers understand university life and avoid being taken advantage of by older, more experienced students. Eager to influence students from the very beginning, society used lessons about money, drink, disrespecting professors, and gossiping about women and menstruation as a way to shape boys into men. Many medieval cities shared similarities with modern ones. They had governments, schools, banks, legal systems, hospitals, markets, and impressive cathedrals that still exist today. However, people of the time were often skeptical of urban life. In the 1190s, English monk Richard Devizes wrote that any kind of evil that existed in the world could be found in London. To understand what life was like for people living in these cities, let's look back in time. At the start of the Middle Ages, around 90% of Europeans lived in rural areas, either in religious communities or on land owned by lords. By the 11th century, during the High Middle Ages, that number dropped as trade expanded and new business opportunities appeared. More people moved to towns and cities seeking a better life. Many towns had formed around castles, monasteries, or along trade routes, and eventually developed into cities surrounded by defensive walls and towers with arrow slits. Entry was controlled by gates, and within the walls the cities were dense with narrow streets and buildings often centered around a cathedral. Most urban dwellers were either born free or were former peasants who had escaped feudal lands. Peasants, or serfs, were tied to their lord's land, obligated to work for the lord while being allowed to farm a portion for themselves. They couldn't leave the land or marry without permission. As a result, many tried to flee to cities. To support urban growth, city authorities offered freedom to any peasant who managed to live within city walls for a year and a day without being claimed. Once this period passed, they would be considered free. But for a runaway, officially registering their presence would risk being caught and returned. Therefore, unofficial lists of newcomers were quietly maintained. Some stewards and officials were even bribed to look the other way and help peasants settle in cities. Modern cities like Delhi in India, with over 16 million people, or New York with more than 19 million, are enormous compared to medieval cities. In Europe during the Middle Ages, only about 15 to 20 cities had populations around 25,000. In Spain, cities with around 250,000 residents included Valencia and Barcelona. In Germany, Cologne and Nuremberg were notable, and in France, Bordeaux and Toulouse were among the largest. By 1300 in England, York and Bristol were the next biggest cities after the capital, each with just 10,000 to 12,000 inhabitants. London, in contrast, had grown to a population between 80,000 and 100,000, although this number dropped sharply in the mid-14th century when the Black Death first struck in 1339. Around 1100, London had a population of roughly 40,000, similar to the trading cities of Bruges and Ghent across the English Channel, reflecting their close commercial ties. Wool was produced in rural England, sent to London, shipped down the Thames and across the Channel to Bruges and Ghent, where it was turned into cloth. Some of that fabric was exported across Europe and some returned to England, making the equal size of the cities understandable. Despite the wealth and opportunity in these cities, they were dirty, noisy, and crowded. Narrow streets were filled with houses, some with yards that held pigs and other animals. These cities were smelly and ideal environments for disease. Although bacteria had not yet been discovered, people began to understand that waste was filthy and unpleasant, especially in hot weather. This led to stricter waste disposal rules. From 1371 in London, it became illegal to throw waste from windows. Instead, it had to be disposed of in the drainage channels that ran down many streets. Offenders caught throwing it from windows were fined 2 shillings. After the Black Death, fear of disease led to new rules. In London and York, residents were made responsible for cleaning the area in front of their homes. In the town of St Albans, men who failed to clean the pavement outside their homes with a broom and bucket on Saturdays were fined 12 pence. This helped with side streets, but busy main roads remained problematic due to crowds and litter. In 1372, London launched its first public waste collection system, funded by fines imposed on dishonest brewers. The city bought 24 horses and 12 carts to start a waste management program. Weekly rubbish collections also began in York and Norwich, and in St Albans, carts came on Saturdays to align with cleaning day. Waste had to be stored indoors until the carts arrived. By the early 1500s, demand for waste collection had increased significantly. Despite increased collections in London occurring 3 times a week, there was no effective way to manage the behaviour of the many daily visitors who arrived with animals like dogs, pigs, horses, and poultry. These animals contributed to the littering problem, leaving behind waste that required a large number of scavengers and waste collectors to remove from the filthy streets. They transported the refuse, feces, soil, and debris by cart or boat to be dumped outside the city walls. Violence was common, with the elimination rate steadily rising toward the end of the 14th century. Crimes such as elimination, theft, and assault posed serious threats to city residents. Authorities tried to maintain order by imposing curfews, and bells would ring to alert people to return home before the city gates were locked. However, danger often came from within the community itself, as neighbors frequently clashed. In 1322, a goldsmith's son urinated into a pot and threw it onto a passerby's shoes, which sparked a violent confrontation that led to the death of a man who attempted to intervene. An eel seller from Hampton was caught illegally dumping eel skins on a London street. A shopkeeper chased him into a churchyard and beat him so severely that he collapsed and died shortly after. Persistent litterers, such as Simon Dewfield, continued to throw rubbish into the street despite repeated warnings. He insulted an official when arrested in 1343. Similarly, another woman insulted her official when she was charged with the same offence decades later. A poulterer named William Emery, notorious for dumping animal waste in the streets, enraged his neighbours when he discarded stagnant horse urine that had been sitting for weeks. In a twist of irony, in 1326, a man fell to his death while urinating from a window into the street. By 1414, London authorities were so determined to clean the streets that they offered rewards to anyone who reported waste-dumping neighbours. Informants received 2 shillings and 4 pence, plus a share of the offender's fine, an amount worth about £100 today, likely encouraging many residents to report one another. City life, although representing only a small portion of the population, thrived on commerce. Country dwellers visited cities to purchase goods and also sold their own products like meat and milk to urban merchants. This exchange was vital for both manufacturers and retailers. The social structure in cities differed from that in rural areas, with a distinct urban hierarchy emerging. At the top of the social hierarchy were landlords who often held high-ranking government positions. They were followed by merchants and lawyers. Below them were artisans and traders, with unskilled workers and labourers forming the lowest class. Just like in modern times, medieval cities combined residential and commercial areas. Many craftsmen lived with their families in rooms above their workshops. Today, traces of their trades remain in street names like P Corner, B Lane, Apothecary Street, and Fisher Row. Guilds were formed for skilled artisans, offering them special rights such as compensation for injuries, exclusive trading privileges in local markets, and control over the number of tradespeople in a city. Parish churches and religious institutions played a key role in city life during a period when the Catholic Church heavily influenced every aspect of society. Cathedrals were often the most magnificent structures in medieval cities, sometimes taking centuries to complete. For instance, construction of York Minster began in 627 but wasn't finished until 1472. Cologne Cathedral was started in 1248 and wasn't fully completed until the mid-16th century. These grand projects boosted local economies by employing stonemasons, glaziers, engineers, architects, and various craftsmen over the generations. Some, like Richard D., viewed cities like London as places of sin, full of temptations such as taverns, gambling houses, and brothels. Indeed, most medieval cities were known for being dirty, overcrowded, costly, and plagued by disease. Yet, not long after Richard's criticism, the cleric William Fitzstephen described London as a vibrant place full of spectacle, religious devotion, and lively entertainment like skating and football. Just as today, cities in medieval times were central to spiritual, economic, political, and cultural life. For centuries, people have placed curses on their enemies, calling upon supernatural forces through prayers and rituals. These curses often involved objects or locations, such as tombs, believed to bring misfortune. Many medieval stories warn of curses that brought destruction or death. Let's journey back to the Middle Ages to uncover some of these eerie stories, tales of a deadly plague, the fall of a dynasty, and the curious case of a Tokyo bank account opened in the name of a samurai who had been dead for 1,000 years. One notable figure was King Casimir IV Jagiellon. As Duke of Lithuania and King of Poland in the 15th century, he was known as a powerful and successful ruler. He led Poland in defeating the Teutonic Order during the 13 Years' War, boosting the country's influence in Europe. He was even honored by Britain with the prestigious Order of the Garter. Casimir died on June 7, 1472, at the age of 65, around the same time Columbus was reaching the Americas. His funeral was to be held at Wawel Cathedral in Krakow, 190 miles from Grodno Castle, where he had died. Due to the summer heat, transporting the body became a challenge. A simple wooden coffin draped in costly fabrics held his unclothed body, which began to decompose. More fabric and resin were added to preserve it, and he was eventually buried on July 11th, nearly a month after his death. This sealed coffin became a biological hazard that would cause destruction 5 centuries later. In 1973, during renovations at the cathedral, researchers were granted permission to open the red marble tomb. Inside were 2 decayed wooden coffins containing the remains of the former king and his wife, Elizabeth, who had been buried next to him since 1505. An initial team of 12 conservationists began restoration work, and the 2 were reburied in a ceremony in September 1973. However, over the following months, a mysterious series of deaths began to affect those involved with the tomb. The first conservationist died unexpectedly in April 1974, followed by 2 more in June and August. By May 1975, yet another had died, with causes ranging from strokes to infections. Over the next several years, at least 15 individuals who had worked on or near the tomb passed away from various cancers and diseases. Eventually, scientists identified the cause, a toxic fungus known as Aspergillus flavus. This fungus, which can infect mammals and is harmful when inhaled, is so dangerous it's used in some pesticides. Its spores can suppress the immune system and cause severe illnesses such as liver cancer and hepatitis. It's believed the fungus had developed inside the tomb during medieval times and was released when the grave was disturbed. Experts now advise that anyone with recent cancer treatments or respiratory conditions should avoid visiting ancient tombs, as this fungus has also been discovered in several Egyptian burial sites. Tour guides at the cathedral recount the tale of the king who seemingly cursed those who violated his grave, and many believe the deaths were not just due to fungus, but to a lingering hex. The Knights Templar were a Catholic military order, active for nearly 2 centuries during the Middle Ages. Formed around 1119 after the First Crusade and the capture of Jerusalem, Their mission was to protect Christian pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. Known for their combat skills and innovative financial systems, they accumulated great wealth and influence across Europe, with legends claiming they discovered the lost treasure of King Solomon. Jacques de Molay became Grand Master in 1292 after an extended campaign in the Middle East. After the fall of Acre, the Crusaders lost their last stronghold in the Holy Land. Molay sought support for a new offensive, and there were talks of merging the Templars with the Knights Hospitaller. However, both orders' leaders rejected the idea, despite pressure from the Pope. King Philip IV of France, deeply indebted to the Templars, had no intention of repaying them. He aimed to unite all Christian military orders under his control to enhance his power. In 1307, Philip and Pope Clement I colluded to dismantle the Templars. On a Friday, Molay, now in his 60s, was arrested and accused of heresy. Is this conversation helpful so far? On October 13th, after being tortured and forced to confess to fabricated charges, he admitted to the accusations and was sentenced to death. The Templar order was dissolved and all their assets were seized and added to the royal treasury. Years later, after a long imprisonment, he was slowly executed by fire in March 1314 on a small island in the Seine in Paris. Before his death, he cursed both the Pope and the King, declaring that within a year and a day they would be called to account before God. Pope Clement passed away the following month, in April 1314, after a prolonged illness. While his body lay in state, lightning struck the church, causing a fire so intense that his remains were nearly destroyed. The king died a few months later in November after suffering a stroke during a hunting trip. His successor, Louis X, ruled briefly before dying less than 2 years later at the age of 26. His son, John I, was born after his death but survived only 5 days. Louis's brother, Philip V, then took the throne but died at 28 from several illnesses after a little over 5 years of rule. Another brother, Charles IV, ruled for 6 years before dying without a surviving son. Within 14 years of the execution, the 3-century-old royal house had fallen, and the hex seemed fulfilled. Taira no Masakado was a noble and samurai from eastern Japan, believed to have been born around the early 10th century. He was a warrior who led the first known revolt against the central government. At the time, Tokyo was just a small village, while Japan's capital was over 260 miles away in Kyoto. The Tokyo region was dominated by independent warlords known as samurai. Masakado claimed that the sun goddess had chosen him as the new emperor. He led a rebellion, captured 2 northern provinces, and killed a local governor. The emperor was infuriated and placed a bounty on Masakado's head. Legends about him grew, claiming he was invincible except for a spot on the top of his head, which his serpent-like mother had not licked. Strange omens like swarms of butterflies and rainbows were said to have predicted his rebellion. However, in 940, Masakado was killed by his cousin at the Battle of Kojima. The government spread tales that he was tormented in the afterlife, stabbed by swordleaf trees and having his liver roasted. These stories, though, only made the authorities appear fearful. Rumors circulated that his daughter Takashi lived in his ruined fortress and was using dark arts to help her father return for revenge. In response, the government had Masakado's head severed and brought to the capital. In Kyoto, a head was said to have been hung from a tree, endlessly howling through the night in search of its missing body. Eventually, it flew through the air and landed in the fishing village of Shibasaki. The villagers washed it, buried it with care, and inscribed protective symbols on the gravestone to ensure it wouldn't escape. Oddly, the grave was frequently struck by lightning, and strange apparitions appeared. Misfortunes in the village were often blamed on Masakado, whose legacy continued to inspire rebellious warriors seeking power. Masakado came to be known as the first samurai. His grave, originally at the Kanda Buddhist shrine, later ended up in Edo, the shogunate's capital. The shoguns were military rulers who governed Japan until the late 1800s. In 1868, a revolution restored the emperor's power and ended the shogunate. Edo was renamed Tokyo, and Masakado's grave ended up on the site of the new finance ministry. He was declared an enemy of the emperor in an effort to end his legend, but problems soon followed. In 1923, an earthquake caused a fire that destroyed the ministry. The building that replaced it also seemed cursed, with multiple accidents, over 5 years claiming 14 lives, including the finance minister. It was revealed that Masakado's tomb had been damaged during construction. Although a priest conducted a ritual in 1928 and restored the grave, the protective stone slab was not properly reinstalled. In 1940, lightning struck and destroyed 9 nearby offices. The slab was eventually replaced, but a bulldozer overturned, killing its driver. In the 1990s, a financial corporation attempted to sell mining rights in the area, but went bankrupt by 2002. A branch of a major bank which overlooked Masakado's burial site even went as far as to symbolically open a bank account in his name and instructed employees not to turn their backs to the grave or open windows facing it. Masakado, the defiant samurai, left behind a 1,000-year legacy of fear and mystery that continued to haunt the city. Henry V of England achieved a remarkable victory on St. Crispin's Day in 1415, a triumph for a young king and an underdog army. It symbolized the triumph of ordinary soldiers over heavily armed knights and marked a turning point in European warfare. The vastly outnumbered English defeated the French in a decisive battle. This episode is part of a series exploring historical life, following what it might have been like to be one of Henry V's soldiers during this pivotal moment in history. Welcome to Medieval Madness, the Siege of Harfleur. In the late summer of 1415, King Henry, then just 27 years old, was determined to reclaim the French territories that had been contested between England and France for nearly 80 years. He declared that with God's help they would cross the sea to recover the inheritance and rightful claims of the English crown, which had long been unjustly denied. Still holding on to Calais and Bordeaux and seeking to establish a solid foothold, Henry chose to land at the port of Harfleur on August 14th. Around 10,000 troops arrived, 8,000 archers and 2,000 men-at-arms. Most came from central and southern England, though some hailed from further north and from South Wales. One soldier from Cheshire in the north noted that it was late in the year to begin a campaign, but the men placed their faith in God and their king. The crossing took 2 days, and upon landing they camped near Harfleur for almost a month. Their orders were to fill the town with English forces to bring Normandy under control and secure the English Channel. However, Harfleur was heavily fortified, and the task was more difficult than expected. Within days, dysentery, referred to as the bloody flux, spread through the camp. The stench of waste and vomit was overwhelming, and many soldiers, including the narrator, fell ill with stomach cramps, fever, and diarrhea. Over 1,000 men had to be sent home, and many more died, costing them at least a third of their force. Despite the sickness and death, the army continued bombarding Harfleur's walls with heavy artillery. After extended negotiations, the town finally surrendered, and its gates opened on September 22nd. With the season too far advanced to march south toward Paris or Bordeaux, a war council was held in early October. The decision was made to march through Normandy to the safety of Calais instead. This move was intended to demonstrate strength to the assembling French forces, suggesting confidence in open confrontation, though the true hope was to reach Calais without being caught. The journey to Calais was about 120 miles and required crossing several rivers. Due to the losses at Harfleur, the army was reduced to around 5,000 archers and 900 men-at-arms. In the first 5 days, they covered 80 miles. But as they approached the River Somme on October 8th, scouts returned with alarming news. The French army was closing in. Whispers spread quickly through the ranks. The French were shadowing the English, disrupting their every move. The soldiers were already worn down, having marched 260 miles in just 2.5 weeks. Dysentery returned, bread became scarce, and hunger set in. Still, the French refused to engage, instead blocking the English route to Calais and buying time for reinforcements. Faced with these mounting obstacles, King Henry saw no other option than to press on. We took shelter for the night near the villages of Misol. Though there was little food and I was hungry, there was plenty of ale, and we drank heartily, shouting, "For God, for England, and for St. George." By the time the sun rose on October 25th, both armies were in position. We stood still throughout the cold, wet morning, waiting. Then word spread that the king had ordered us to advance. Many priests were with us, and communion was taken before the battle began. Then the king appeared, wearing a helmet adorned with a golden crown set with jewels. His white armor had been polished until it gleamed. He gave a speech calling on God and Saint George, commanding the banners forward and seeking divine help. We knew he would be fighting beside us in the heart of the battle. I, along with the other archers, knelt and made the sign of the cross. We each took a handful of dirt from the ground and placed it in our mouths, symbolizing our readiness to fall, if God so willed. The French army was vast, at least twice our number, like a swarm of locusts. Each archer had been carrying a sharpened stake for the past week. We drove them into the ground at the front of the battlefield, angled toward the enemy and standing taller than a man's waist to stop the charging cavalry. There was a rumor that a French prisoner had warned the king of a coming cavalry assault on the archers. We trudged forward through the thick, clinging mud until we were within longbow range. The men spread out, some disappearing into the forest on either side. It was incredible to see that the French remained still, about 800 feet away across the sodden field. We archers were under the command of Sir Thomas Bingham, a brave and seasoned warrior. He urged us to fight fiercely in the king's name before dismounting to join the king on foot among the soldiers. I notched an arrow and drew my bow. When I released it, 5,000 arrows soared through the sky, darkening it before falling on the French. There were cries of shock and pain before their cavalry charged. but the horses struggled to gain speed in the wet, sticky ground. I had fired at least 17 arrows by the time they reached us. Many horses were hit and collapsed in the mud, throwing their riders. Those that made it to us were blocked by the stakes and impaled. Riders who crossed the barrier were quickly dragged down and overwhelmed by furious blows and trampling. Then came the French men-at-arms, their elite fighters leading the way. But the retreating horses threw their lines into disarray, and the vanguard broke formation. We kept firing as we rushed out to meet them. The front lines advanced, unleashing a close-range volley of arrows before retreating to safety and firing again. We were so near to the French that it seemed our arrows pierced their armor and helmets. Many fell, trampled underfoot as they dropped face first into the thick mud, drowning in their own helmets. The French began converging toward the center of the field, stepping over the bodies of their fallen. Their vanguard, around 5,000 strong, became so tightly packed that those in the rear ranks could barely raise their weapons. Burdened by heavy armor, they trudged through knee-deep mud, already exhausted before reaching us. We continued to fire at as the dead stacked up so high that the living fell atop them, and even those falling on top were slain. The pile of bodies grew taller than a man, and our forces climbed them to attack those at the rear with swords, axes, and other weapons. After 2 or 3 hours, the French vanguard was shattered, and the rest began to flee. Our men then began separating the dead from those still alive, intending to take the survivors as captives. With most of the French leaders dead or captured, the battle was finally over. Thousands were killed or imprisoned. We carried away our own wounded, while some of the injured French crawled off into nearby woods or villages, where many later died. Amid concerns that the defeated outnumbered us and that the French rearguard might regroup, an order was given to execute thousands of prisoners, sparing only those of high rank who could bring ransom. We moved among the piles of bodies, using knives and swords to finish off anyone still breathing. For the wounded already close to death, it was a mercy. Soon the field was ours, soaked in wound. The battle was won, and the violence ended. I thank God that, like our king, I survived. It is believed that only around 600 English soldiers were lost compared to 6,000 French, most of them nobles. Between 700 and 2,200 French were captured. The victory was seen as divine favor, and when the king returned to England, he was carried ashore by his jubilant people. Celebrations in London hailed him as a chosen leader. Across Europe, his reputation transformed instantly. In Italy, he was called Il Magnifico and honored as a victorious and faithful ruler. At the Church Council in 1416, the Emperor of Germany allied with him. His legacy was later immortalized by Shakespeare, who portrayed him as a conquering hero. A hero both noble and relentless returned to France to reclaim his rights and privileges. Henry successfully conquered Normandy, which resulted in the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, declaring him heir to the French throne. During the Battle of Mons in World War I in 1914, a journalist recounted a story of ghostly archers appearing in the sky to aid British troops, echoing medieval tales of St. George joining Henry's army in battle. The term con man is short for confidence man, what we now call a scammer, someone who uses deception and lies for personal gain, typically to steal money. Though we often link scams to phones and modern technology, they've existed for centuries. Let's go back to the Middle Ages and discover some of those tricksters: a fake cursed prince, corrupt officials, and dishonest bakers. Bread was a staple in medieval diets, so bakers had to produce large quantities to meet demand. In 13th century England, laws were introduced to regulate the weight, cost, and quality of bread and ale. These were the first food regulations in Britain, imposing penalties on those who violated them. Since bread prices had to remain stable, the weight of a loaf was adjusted with fluctuating grain prices. This led some dishonest bakers to cheat by adding substances to increase weight: chalk, dirt, and in one case even iron, as done by a London baker named John Gibb in 1388. To avoid being caught, some bakers moved outside the city and sent servants to deliver their bread in secret. One official described these deceitful bakers as hiding like foxes. In 1327, a baker named John Bird devised a cunning scheme. Like many bakeries of the time, customers could bring their own dough to be shaped on a preparation board. These boards often had traps to catch rodents, with small doors beneath the table. However, in John's bakery, a servant would be concealed beneath the table in that hidden space. Is this conversation helpful so far? Small amounts of dough were being secretly taken through trap doors, bit by bit. Over time, these small portions added up. However, one of John's servants was discovered hiding a large stash of dough. As a result, the alderman and the mayor began an investigation. It turned out that 9 other bakers, including 2 women in London, were involved in similar fraudulent activities. All those caught were imprisoned and brought to trial. Their dough boards were destroyed and they were taken to the pillory. With dough hung around their necks, they were publicly shamed and left to face the crowds for the day. They were warned that if they were caught committing the same offense again, they would be permanently banished from the city. Other scams were also happening in London. In a large city with a big population, it was easier to get away with such acts. In smaller towns where everyone knew each other, fraud was more difficult. In such places, those trying to trick others were often outsiders. In 1316, a man named Alan Loper sold what looked like brass pots in the city. However, the pots were made from poor quality metal. Alan would heat and polish them to make them seem like real brass. Once buyers took them home and used them over fire, the pots melted and became useless. Other tricksters included tavern owners who added colouring to bad wine to make it look good, or mixed sour wine with better wine to hide the bad taste. Some merchants even added dirt to spices like cinnamon to increase the weight and volume. In 1380, 2 men named Richard Lynham and John Ward were found begging in the streets of London. They claimed they had been traders who were attacked by robbers who stole everything and cut out their tongues. They carried around a tongue on a hook with a note that read, "This is the tongue of John Ward." Even though many people couldn't read, the presence of writing made the story seem more believable. The 2 would make roaring noises and show their mouths as if their tongues were missing. Eventually, the city authorities discovered it was all fake. Both men actually had their tongues. After being arrested and interrogated, they confessed. They spent 3 days in the pillory and were then jailed. In the Middle Ages, pretending to be a beggar was seen as deeply dishonest, since begging was often the only option for truly vulnerable people. These 2 men were exploiting that and were punished accordingly. There are many other stories of people pretending to be someone they were not. Without the internet or identification, it was hard to prove someone's identity, and many trusted too easily. Clever individuals could exploit this, like the man who went around claiming to be a sergeant for the Sheriff of London. A man posing as a bakery inspector claimed to work for the authorities, going around taverns to ensure rules were being followed. In reality, he wasn't a real official. He accepted bribes of 6 or 12 pence to ignore violations. Another imposter pretended to be the royal ale collector, going from inn to inn, seizing barrels of beer, claiming, "This ale is needed by the king. You'll be paid later." One fraudster even pretended to be a nobleman, saying he had escaped to London because the king wanted him to marry one of the queen's handmaidens, which he didn't want. People sheltered him, and one merchant even let him stay in his house and be with his daughter, believing the impostor's claim that she was more beautiful than the queen's maid and that he wanted to marry her instead. Some went as far as declaring themselves actual monarchs. Perkin Warbeck claimed to be one of the missing princes from the tower. Another from Siena in Italy, named Orano Deo, claimed he was King John III of France, though the real John died at only 5 days old, the youngest king in French history. Rumours that John had survived circulated, and Orano claimed he was the rightful heir to the throne. In 613, on a Friday in the city of Harran in southeastern Turkey, all the mosques were filled for congregational prayers. Among the worshippers was an unusual figure, an ape dressed in luxurious human clothing, perfumed, and seated on a mule with a gold-decorated saddle. He was accompanied by Indian servants carrying his shoes and prayer mat. The ape entered the mosque, performed the traditional prayer greeting, and used prayer beads in private contemplation. The worshippers were astonished. His attendants began spreading a tale that he wasn't really an ape, but a cursed prince from a wealthy Indian kingdom. According to the story, his jealous wife, envious of his looks and devotion, had cursed him and would only lift the spell in exchange for a large sum of gold. They claimed Indian kings had nearly raised the full amount, but just a little more was needed. On that holy day, the people of Harran were urged to give charity to help the virtuous prince. The scheme succeeded, and the prince and his followers left with a small fortune. But a fellow traveller was not fooled. Do you like this personality? In Harran, there was a man named Al-Jari who saw through the false tale of a poor, cursed prince, realizing he was simply well-trained. This story was later recorded in a book authored by Al-Jari, now known as the Book of the Charlatans. It was reportedly written at the request of Rukn Alin, a Turkmen ruler. In the book, Al-Jari, who was a scholar and explorer from Damascus, Syria, exposed the deceit he observed among alchemists and money changers. He stated that alchemists knew 300 ways to deceive and mocked them, arguing that anyone who truly knew how to turn base metal into gold would never reveal such a profitable secret. Al-Jari appeared highly knowledgeable in various fields such as medicine, astrology, and geomancy, as evidenced by his precise descriptions of formulas and illusions. The book is entertaining, filled with stories of lustful highwaymen and fake holy men who faked halos using hairnets filled with glowworms. It describes imposters pretending to be healers by covering assistants with a mix of ingredients, including mandrake, leeks, and green vitriol, then bathing them in hot water to make it appear they were healed. The book also contains instructions on how to forge ancient treasure maps, make severed heads seem to speak, and produce counterfeit spices and jewels. While no one wants to fall victim to a scam, it's amusing to know such cons have existed for centuries, and we like to think we wouldn't be fooled so easily. The veneration of saints was a key belief in the medieval church. though not all saints were held in equal regard. Some had widespread appeal and were honoured throughout Christendom, often established early and typically drawn from biblical figures like Saint John the Baptist or St. Paul, who were martyred under Roman rule. On the other end of the spectrum were lesser-known saints tied to local cults. Looking back, we find worshippers of saints who sometimes clashed with one another, martyrs, murdered children, and bizarre relics, all part of the medieval cult of saints. One philosopher and theologian from the 14th century, Henry of Langenstein, tried to explain this deep reverence. In a sermon, he wrote that saints were entrusted with spiritual care over the people, regions and cities where they had lived, died, and left relics. Churches built in their honor accepted them as patrons. Consequently, every group, city, and country held their own saints in high esteem, revered them with solemn devotion, and feared their wrath. Interestingly, these saint cults not only unified communities but also sometimes caused conflict, comparable to the rivalries of modern sports teams. One of the most significant cults in Central Europe during the Middle Ages was that of Saint Elert. A monk in Rome and a bishop in Prague, Adalbert died as a martyr in Prussia among the pagans. He lived during the second half of the 10th century and led a life so adventurous and well-traveled that his veneration spread widely. While preaching Christianity at the port of Trousseau, Adalbert was attacked by a pagan mob, killed and beheaded. His head was then mounted and displayed on a pole. The brave Duke of Poland purchased Adalbert's body for its weight in gold and brought it back to Poland after the failed Christian mission to Prussia. Adalbert was buried at Gniezno and his cult began to grow. The Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, who had known Adalbert personally, visited Gniezno in the year 1000 along with Pope Sylvester II to honor the relics. He also sought to take some of them with him. The Duke was rewarded with titles and gifts in exchange for Adalbert's right arm. In 1039, Duke Bretislaus of Bohemia claimed Adalbert's cult by stealing his bones and transferring the relics to Prague, where they were placed alongside those of Saints Vitus and Wenceslaus. A biography emerged noting Adalbert's missionary work in Hungary, prompting King Stephen I to assert his claim to Adalbert's patronage as well. Despite these claims, the Polish cult endured, with some believing Bretislaus had taken the wrong remains, as Adalbert's bones were said to have been hidden in Gniezno. In 1127, Adalbert's decapitated head, left out of the original purchase, was discovered and returned to Poland. The disputes over his relics eventually led to the rise of a rival Polish cult centered around another martyred bishop, Stanislaus. Unlike Adalbert, Stanislaus was executed by a tyrannical king rather than pagans. He was canonized 250 years after Adalbert and was said to have once raised a man from the dead. After being killed by King Bolesław II in 1079 and dismembered, Stanislaus's body miraculously regenerated, symbolizing Poland's unification. Over time, Stanislaus became the more prominent figure among the two, although both are still recognized as patron saints of Poland today. In a lesser-known cult, 3 women held special importance for the people of Peterborough and the surrounding fenlands during the Middle Ages. Kinneberga, Kinswitha and Tibber were venerated locally due to their ties to Peterborough Abbey, though they were likely unknown outside the region. All 3 were members of the royal Mercian family, Kinneberga and Kinswitha being daughters of King Penda of Mercia. and Tiber believed to be his niece. King Penda practiced Anglo-Saxon paganism, and during this time, England was divided into several kingdoms. Around 653, Northumbria was ruled by a Christian king who made peace with Mercia, leading to arranged marriages between their children. Kinniburka and Kynaswitha converted to Christianity, and it was agreed to build a monastery dedicated to Saints Peter, Paul, and Andrew. A dual monastery for monks and nuns was established at Casta, in what was once the Soak of Peterborough. Kynniburka became the first abbess, later joined by her sister Kynaswitha, who also became abbess. Is this conversation helpful so far? Tiber succeeded the others, and the three became revered as saints. Evidence of their veneration can be found in calendars and liturgical texts that include instructions for celebrating their feast days. Although their relics were lost during the Reformation, a chapel dedicated to these 7th century saints remains at Peterborough Cathedral. Outside the Peterborough area, there is little evidence of widespread devotion to the three young saints, suggesting their following was largely local. Another example of a local cult was the devotion to the child Saint Solange. During the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church often recognized deceased children as holy martyrs. The biblical account of the massacre of the innocents in the Gospel of Matthew describes how King Herod of Judea ordered the killing of all male children aged 2 and under in an attempt to eliminate the infant Jesus. From this story, the cult of the Holy Innocents spread across Europe. Despite the lack of historical evidence for the massacre, relics attributed to the victims began to surface. By 1465, Canterbury Cathedral claimed to possess the lips of one of these holy innocents among its relics. As time went on, other young saints, such as Solange, also gained reverence. Solange was a shepherdess from the 9th century, remembered as both a Catholic saint and a cephalophore, a term from Greek meaning head carrier. This label was given to saints depicted as carrying their own severed heads, symbolizing martyrdom by beheading. In Western art, this posed a challenge for artists who had to decide where to place the halo, above the missing head or above the one being carried. Some humorous suggestions even placed it near the left funny bone. Many legends told of saints who, after being beheaded, rose, picked up their heads, and carried them. Solange was born into poverty in the town of Lignières, the capital of Cher province in France. The daughter of devout Christians, she had her virginity consecrated at the age of 7 in a church ceremony performed by a bishop, committing her to a life of chastity and service to the church. It was believed that her presence alone could heal the sick and cast out demons. A nobleman's son from Poitiers became infatuated with her beauty and fame. When she rejected his advances while tending sheep, he became enraged. One night, he abducted her. As they crossed a stream, she tried to escape and fell from the horse. Furious, he beheaded her with his sword. Miraculously, her severed head was said to have invoked the holy name of Jesus 3 times. She then stood up, picked up her own head, and carried it to the church of Saint Martin, where she finally collapsed and died. A local cult quickly formed around her, and miraculous healings were soon attributed to her intercession. In 1281, her veneration became officially recognized. The Church of St. Martin built an altar in her honor and began calling itself the Church of Saint Solange. The nearby field where she used to pray was renamed in her memory, and even the village adopted her name, becoming the only one in France to do so. her veneration was limited to that area. During times of severe distress, locals would organize a procession through the streets of the village, carrying a casket with Solange's head at the front, hoping she would protect them from drought. She is considered the patron saint of shepherds and victims of sexual violence. Another child saint with a strong following in her hometown was Serafina, also known as Fina, who was born in San Gimignano, Tuscany, Italy. At around 10 years old in 1248, she became paralyzed by a severe illness. During her illness, both of her parents passed away. Despite enduring immense physical and emotional suffering, Fina never complained and grew even stronger in her faith. She chose to sleep on a wooden pallet instead of a bed and was often visited by townspeople who were inspired by her devotion to God. She had a deep admiration for Saint Gregory the Great and experienced a vision in which he foretold her death. As predicted, she died on March 12, 1253, at the age of 15 after 5 years of suffering. Immediately after her death, her veneration began. All the bells in San Gimignano were said to have rung by themselves, and her body was said to emit a pleasant, floral scent known as the odor of sanctity, a phenomenon acknowledged by the Catholic Church. White violets reportedly bloomed on her wooden pallet after her body was removed. Several miracles and apparitions were reported following her death, including the healing of the sick. Though never formally canonized, she is still honored in San Gimignano, where the anniversary of her death has been a local holiday since 1481. Solange and Fina are just 2 examples of child saints revered in specific regions during the medieval period. The list also includes a newborn named Roald of Buckingham, who reportedly lived only 3 days but was said to have spoken, expressed his faith, asked for baptism, and even delivered a sermon before dying. Saints were viewed as ideal followers of Christ and have existed since the earliest Christian texts. However, it was during the Middle Ages, with the rise of relics and pilgrimages, that saint cults became widespread. People believed that saints in heaven could intervene on earth, assisting with everything from minor ailments to preventing major conflicts. In human history, sexual activity has been a constant. By the late Middle Ages, however, diseases such as gonorrhea and syphilis had become widespread. While the poor relied on superstition and herbal treatments, the wealthy could afford professional physicians. Still without antibiotics, success in treating these diseases was limited. Medical treatment in the past largely depended on luck, especially since one of the most commonly used remedies for those who could afford it was mercury ointment, a substance we now know to be toxic and ultimately fatal. This episode explores the history of syphilis, commonly referred to as the pox, and the pus-filled sores that came with it. A German doctor and astrologer named Joseph Grumpe, born in the late 1400s, contracted syphilis in his late 20s. He described his experience by stating that in recent times he had witnessed terrifying diseases affecting people across the world. Among them was one that emerged from the western coast of Gaul, a disease so severe, painful, and grotesque that nothing like it had ever been seen before. In the late 1490s, Naples, Italy, was attacked by French forces led by King Charles VIII during the First Italian War, which stemmed from a conflict over the Neapolitan throne. It was around this time that syphilis became infamous throughout Europe. French soldiers reported extreme pain and deformities, spreading the disease as they traveled home. Officials and scholars in other cities scrambled to gather information as the disease approached, only knowing that it was as dreadful as leprosy. They did not yet understand that it was sexually transmitted. In Naples, it was nicknamed the French disease. Early names for syphilis often contained xenophobic references, with each country blaming its neighbors for its origin. In 1496, the chronicler Jean Molyneux from Burgundy described it as a horrible leprosy and a loathsome disease known as Po, which some called the Neapolitan disease. The infection spread rapidly. Perkin Warbeck, a claimant to the English throne, was supported by James IV of Scotland and accompanied by soldiers who carried the disease during his campaign in England. Edinburgh's city records referred to it as this contagious sickness called the graw, a term derived from Old French meaning great gore. By 1497, the infection had reached London, where hospital records indicated that half the patients were suffering from what was then called the Great Pox. It took decades before the disease was formally named. An Italian physician and astronomer eventually referred to it as syphilis. It is believed that the disease was brought back to Spain by sailors from Columbus's first voyage in 1492, possibly as a result of bacterial exchange between different populations. This theory aligns with the first documented cases which appeared in Naples in 1494. A few decades later, a myth emerged involving John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. A theologian claimed that he died in bed from the rotting of his genitals and body, supposedly due to his promiscuous lifestyle, as he was known to engage with many women. Gascoigne was a strong supporter of the Yorkist cause and likely held a biased view against the Lancastrians. He may have been implying that Gaunt was suffering from a sexually transmitted disease. In medieval medicine, health was believed to depend on balancing bodily humors, and intimacy was considered a form of excretion. It was thought that excessive sexual activity could be fatal, even if the partners did not carry any infection. The 13th century English knight and poet Walter of Bibbersworth believed that while men were sexually aggressive, women were mainly to blame for immoral behavior. Diseases like smallpox and measles were thought to result from this immorality. The symptoms of venereal diseases and leprosy were often similar and easily confused. In medieval Europe, leprosy was believed to be a punishment for sin, particularly sexual sin. Facial disfigurements caused by the disease were seen as a sign of constant lust. Leprosy was widespread during the 12th and 13th centuries and is a devastating disease that attacks the nervous system, sometimes causing the erosion of the nose, fingers, and toes. Since the cause of the disease was unknown, medieval people created their own explanations, often linking illness to sin. Intimacy that did not serve the purpose of procreation was considered immoral, and illness was thought to be the result of sinful behavior rather than physical transmission. A manuscript collection from around 1200, known as the Pro-Salernitan Questions, written by an unknown English author, tells of a woman who, after sleeping with a man who had leprosy, did not contract it herself, but her next partner did. In medieval thinking, the real issue was believed to be women's nature. They were seen as lustful and blamed for provoking men's desires. Locations associated with women like taverns and brothels were also blamed. Women were viewed as the primary carriers of infections, and men who contracted sexually transmitted diseases often blamed all women rather than specific individuals. In places like the bathhouses and stews of South London, prostitutes with what was probably gonorrhea, referred to as burning sickness, were sometimes expelled by local authorities, though this likely did little to stop the spread of disease. There were stories of miraculous cures. For example, Archbishop Thomas Becket was credited with healing a nobleman who developed leprosy after visiting a brothel. Another case involved a Franciscan friar from southern France who developed what was thought to be leprosy after visiting an intimacy worker. The experience scared him so much that he later sought sexual relationships with young men. He was eventually tried in 1323 for homosexual acts by Jacques Fournier, who would later become Pope Benedict XII. Between 1305 and 1307, the physician John of Gaddesden wrote a medical treatise called Rosa Anglica. In it, he listed various diseases and their treatments. To protect the penis, he advised men to assume their partner was infected and to wash the organ thoroughly with cold water or urine after intercourse, then wrap it in cloths soaked in vinegar. If preventative measures failed, as they often did, various treatments were available for symptoms like itching or swelling of the penis. A 12th century medical text known as the Trula noted that some men experienced swelling in their genitals, often developing holes and lesions beneath the foreskin. These individuals were advised to reduce the swelling with a poultice and to wash the affected area with warm water before applying a powder made of Greek pitch, decayed wood, or worms, rose, mullein root, and bilberry. A 14th century English physician known for treating knights suffering from anal fistulas due to extended time on horseback developed some of the earliest effective treatments in medicine. In one case, where a man's genitals swelled painfully after intercourse, apparently due to a retention of his own semen, the treatment involved cutting away the dead tissue with a razor and applying quicklime, a harsh but reportedly effective cure. Other recommended treatments included using leeches to draw a wound or, in extreme cases, striking the genitals with a heavy object. The belief that sexually transmitted diseases were divine punishment for sexual sin also influenced some so-called remedies. One disturbing practice involved seeking purity through intercourse with a virgin, under the false belief that it could cure disease. Tragically, many young girls were raped under this pretense and, after contracting infections, were socially ostracized as impure. Despite the fact that symptoms often followed sexual activity, neither the Trula nor the 14th century physician explicitly identified a connection to sexually transmitted infections. Instead, they often attributed the symptoms to excess or indulgence rather than infection. Nonetheless, the physician in question must have been effective to some degree, as he lived to the age of 85, an uncommon feat in the Middle Ages. The first precise medical description of syphilis came from a Venetian surgeon who treated soldiers after the 1495 Battle of Fornovo. He observed that the disease began with painless sores on the genitals, followed by facial and body rashes, joint pain, and itching. Another physician, who treated a pope, noted two distinct stages: an initial genital sore, followed by widespread skin lesions. He observed that joint pain was especially severe at night, and other symptoms included fever, sore throat, headaches, blindness, mental decline, and eventually death. Contemporaries, both patients and doctors, agreed that the disease had a devastating effect on the body. A military physician wrote that the condition made the entire body horrifying to look at and caused immense suffering. One prominent figure, disfigured by facial lesions, wore a black velvet mask to hide his scars. These accounts make it clear that men and women in the medieval period suffered greatly from such illnesses. Long before syphilis appeared during the siege of Naples, people were already dealing with sexually transmitted diseases. In the 16th century, medical professionals made significant efforts to understand STIs, especially syphilis, which was soon recognized as being transmitted through sexual contact. In 15th century Florence, a city at the heart of the Renaissance, great thinkers, inventors, and artists thrived. It was a place of innovation, intellectual freedom, and beauty, but also home to two powerful families, the Pazzi and the Medici, among others. On Easter Sunday, April 26, 1478, members of the Pazzi family plotted to destroy the Medici by targeting its leaders, Giuliano and Lorenzo. The attack took place in the magnificent Florence Cathedral during a high mass, resulting in a brutal and bloody scene. Florence in the 1470s was a republic, one of many independent city-states in Italy. Others included the Kingdom of Naples, led by the powerful King Ferrante, and the Papal States, where the Pope held both religious and political authority, often using military force to expand his control. Cities like Venice, Milan, and smaller states such as Siena had to navigate these power struggles carefully to maintain their independence. Amidst this political turmoil, a conspiracy emerged to assassinate the Medici brothers and end their dominant influence over Florence. Some of the key figures behind the plot were based in Rome, including Girolamo Riario, a courtier, and Francesco Salviati. Riario, a future Archbishop of Pisa, an appointment the Medici strongly opposed. The Medici family's rise began with their success in the textile trade during the 15th century, which gave them the means to establish the Medici Bank, the largest bank in Europe. Over 3 generations, from Cosimo to Piero to Lorenzo, they expanded their political power and shaped Florence into a hub of Renaissance culture and humanism. Though not of noble birth, they later produced 2 queens of France and 4 popes, gaining enough influence to become the de facto rulers and eventually dukes of Florence. Lorenzo de' Medici, known as the Magnificent, was the most notable figure in the family. His younger brother Giuliano, the second son of their father, co-ruled Florence with him. Both were well educated and took part in elite pastimes like hawking and jousting. While Lorenzo was considered less physically attractive, Giuliano was admired for his looks and athleticism. Together, following in their grandfather's and father's footsteps, they remained central figures in Florence, maintaining control through a network of loyal supporters. Florence's city council had members who were bribed or offered arranged marriages, leading to resentment among other powerful families, most notably the Pazzi. The Pazzi nearly brought an early end to Lorenzo's rule. Unlike the Medici, the Pazzi were of noble heritage, tracing their lineage back to the First Crusade, where their founder was said to be the first to breach the walls of Jerusalem in 1099. In 1464, Jacopo became the head of the Pazzi banking family. At one of his villas, a conspiracy was formed with his nephews, Francesco, who managed the family's Rome branch, along with Pope Sixtus III's protege, Girolamo Riario, and Archbishop Francesco Riario of Pisa. The plan was to assassinate Lorenzo and his brother Giuliano and seize control of Florence's government. They sought the Pope's approval. Publicly, the Pope denounced elimination, citing his religious duty. Privately, however, he made it clear that the Church would benefit from the Medici's removal and encouraged the conspirators to proceed. The first plan was to poison the Medici brothers at a banquet on April 25th, but it was aborted when one conspirator fell ill. The plotters then moved to Plan B, an attack during Mass the following morning. Pope Sixtus IV, originally Francesco della Rovere, came from humble beginnings. He joined the Franciscans and gained recognition for his intellect. studying theology and philosophy at the University of Pavia. He became head of the Franciscan order in 1464, a cardinal in 1467, and then pope in 1471. His reputation for piety contributed to his election, but he heavily favored his own family once in power. He distributed wealth and authority among his nephews from the Della Rovere and Riario families. One of them, Giovanni della Rovere, was appointed Roman prefect despite not being a priest. To further strengthen their influence, he arranged for Giovanni to marry into the ruling family of Urbino. Another nephew, Girolamo Riario, rumored to be the Pope's illegitimate son, also lacked religious training but was granted control over Imola in Romagna. This area was strategically located on the trade route between Venice and Florence. Lorenzo de' Medici had tried to purchase Imola from the Duke of Milan in 1473 for 100,000 florins, but the Duke sold it to the Pope instead for 40,000 ducats and a promise of marriage into his family. Catherine, the Duke's daughter, was involved in a situation where the Duke expected the Medi Bank to finance a purchase. However, Lorenzo declined the loan, which angered Sixtus, leading him to remove the Medi Bank as the official papal treasury bank. He then turned to other bankers, and the Pazzi Bank ended up providing much of the necessary funding. Another major source of conflict between Sixtus and Lorenzo concerned the appointment of the Archbishop of Florence. After Pietro Riario died in 1474, Lorenzo succeeded in placing his brother-in-law, Rinaldo Orsini, in the position. However, Francesco Salviati Riario also wanted the role. He was allied with the Pazzi family and supported by the Pope. The attack happened on Sunday, April 26, 1478, during High Mass at the Florence Cathedral. Both Lorenzo and his co-ruler Giuliano were present, which was unusual. Giuliano was stabbed in the chest by Bernardo Bandini Baroncelli as he attempted to flee. Francesco de' Pazzi also attacked him violently, stabbing him multiple times and even injuring himself in the process. Giuliano died from 19 strike wounds and a head injury. Lorenzo was assaulted by two of Jacopo de' Pazzi's men but managed to defend himself with a sword. With assistance from allies, he escaped with only a minor neck wound to the sacristy, where the doors were barred. Later, he fled to his home and learned of Giuliano's death. Following the failed assassination, Francesco Salviati Riario and some of Jacopo de' Pazzi's men tried to seize control of the Florentine government at the Palazzo della Signoria. The coup failed as the citizens did not support the rebellion. That day, over 30 people were killed, some conspirators, others caught in the violence. Salviati Riario and Francesco de' Pazzi were captured and hanged from the palace windows. Between the day of the attack and mid-October, about 80 people were executed for their involvement in the plot. Lorenzo spared Cardinal Raffaele Riario, likely uninvolved, along with two other members of the Pazzi family. Baroncelli escaped to Constantinople, but the Sultan had him arrested and returned to Florence. In 1479, he was hanged in public while still dressed in Turkish clothing. Jacopo fled to the village of Castagno, where he was identified and brought back to Florence. He was tortured and hanged next to his nephew, Francesco. After being buried at Santa Croce Church, Jacopo's body was exhumed, dragged through the streets and propped up at the door of the Pazzi Palace. A head was once used as a door knocker before being thrown into the Aro River. Later, some children retrieved it and hung it on a willow tree. After being further mistreated, it was thrown back into the river. The Pazzi family was then expelled from Florence, and all their possessions were seized. Their family name and coat of arms were permanently banned by decree of the Florentine authorities. Every member of the Pazzi family was required to adopt a new surname. Even Guglielmo de' Pazzi, who had married Lorenzo's sister Bianca in 1460, was placed under house arrest and later exiled from Florence. However, their sixth son, Como, eventually became the Archbishop of Florence in 1508. By 1488, Girolamo Riario appeared to be the only surviving conspirator, but the man who had escaped the brutal aftermath of the attack on the Medici brothers was soon to become the target of another plot. Girolamo, who held the title of Count of Forli granted by his uncle Pope Sixtus, was murdered by 9 assassins and hacked to death over a financial dispute, an outcome that Lorenzo de' Medici likely would have approved. Animals were a common part of daily life in the medieval period. They were used to pull carts and ploughs, and people relied on them for milk, wool, skins and meat. However, the idea of keeping animals purely for companionship was rare. The term pet, as we understand it today, did not appear in English until the 16th century, and even then, it was mainly used in northern England and Scotland. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, a pet is defined as an animal kept at home for pleasure rather than for work or food. In medieval times, this distinction was not so clear. Rural families often shared their homes with livestock such as goats and cattle. Hunting dogs were commonly kept indoors, as were cats, which helped control rodent populations. True companion animals were unusual for early medieval people, perhaps because they hadn't encountered animals like modern pets. Albertus Magnus, a 13th century Dominican friar, scientist and philosopher, wrote a natural history of animals that included advice on their care. He cautioned that dogs should not be fed directly from the table or overly pampered if they were expected to serve as reliable guard dogs. Otherwise, he warned, the dog would be more concerned with receiving treats than watching the door. Most dogs in medieval times were working animals, tasked with guarding homes, goods, or livestock. They were found in households of all social classes. Among the nobility, hunting dogs were especially valued. Known as running hounds, they tracked prey by scent and came in various breeds, from Italian greyhounds to Irish wolfhounds. In the 14th century, Gaston III, Count of Foix, wrote a book titled Le Livre de Chasse, which became the standard guide on medieval hunting practices. In it, he provided detailed instructions on how to care for greyhounds, recommending they be housed in kennels constructed from wood. The kennel should be built at least a foot off the ground and include a loft to keep the dog warm in winter and cool in summer. It must be cleaned daily and filled with fresh straw. In addition to keeping the kennel clean, caretakers were expected to provide fresh water twice a day, take the dogs for regular walks, and let them play in a sunny meadow. The dogs were well fed, often receiving better meals than commoners, including fine bread and meat from the hunt. When sick, they were given buttered eggs, goat's milk, chopped meat, and bean broth. It was believed that a master should always be honest when speaking to his dog, as the animals could understand and respond better than they would to any other person's commands. Greyhounds, considered prized gifts among royalty, frequently appeared as the central figures in medieval dog tales. Many nobles even had statues of their favorite dogs placed at their feet on their tombs. Noble women were often portrayed with small dogs in medieval artwork, either on a leash or sitting at their feet, sometimes wearing collars decorated with bells. One 14th century illustration shows a woman with a dog in her lap, while another from the Romance of the Grail shows a small dog being petted by a lady speaking with Sir Lancelot. Dogs were deeply admired for their loyalty and intelligence. One story tells of a dog that stood guard over its master's grave day and night after the man had been killed in battle in 1373. A nobleman, moved by the animal's devotion, arranged for a local resident to feed the dog regularly by providing a pension. A book on household management written in 1393 includes the story of Aubry de Montdidier, who was murdered in 1371. After his death, his dog grew hostile toward a man named Macaire. The king ordered a trial by combat between the dog and Macaire. The dog won, Macaire confessed, and he was executed. This story appears in several medieval texts celebrating canine loyalty. Cats were valued not only for their ability to catch vermin, but also as companions, particularly in homes and religious communities. A guide for nuns stated that they should not keep animals unless necessary, and only with the approval of their spiritual advisor. If a cat was kept, it should not disturb or harm others or distract the nun from her duties. This reflected a general belief that cats could be a frivolous distraction and consume resources unnecessarily. Cats were sometimes the only companions for deeply religious anchoresses who chose to live in isolation, shut away from society. A 7th century riddle by Aldhelm, the abbot of Malmesbury, described a cat as loyal and watchful. In early medieval Ireland, part of the legal code was specifically about cats, recognizing various types including mousers, herders, guards, pets, and kittens who played with children. It also detailed compensation for harm to a cat. A cat that could both purr and catch mice was valued at 3 cows, while one that could only purr was worth 1.5 cows. In 10th century Welsh law, a cat's value depended on its age and abilities, worth 1 penny at birth, 2 pennies once its eyes opened, and 4 pennies after catching a mouse. Royal cats guarding the king's barn were valued uniquely by placing the cat's head on the ground, lifting its tail, and covering it with wheat grains until the tip of the tail was hidden. The amount of grain determined its worth. As with people, the value of pets depended on social status. A king's or noble's dog was worth £1, while a free man's was worth 120 pence, and a servant's just 4 pence. Cats could avoid punishment if they harmed someone while performing their duties, like chasing a mouse, especially if the injured person had no reason to be there. Medieval Irish law showed considerable respect for domestic cats. An Irish monk famously wrote a 9th century poem praising his cat, calling it a hero for its mouse-catching skills. Albertus Magnus wrote that cats enjoyed gentle stroking and were playful in youth. However, he also believed their ears should be clipped to prevent night dew from entering, and that removing their whiskers would diminish their courage. In the 14th century, exotic cats from Syria with brown fur and black stripes were brought to Europe. One noblewoman was so eager to own such cats that she sent a request to Venice in 1496 for 3 or 4 of them. 2 years later, another courtier saw one in a Venetian window, wearing a collar with bells, signifying it was a pampered pet rather than a working mouser. The owner, described by the courtier as the oldest woman he had ever seen, refused to part with her cat, even when offered money or upon hearing Isabella's name. The same result came from negotiations with her son, leading the courtier to conclude that they were both fools. This highlights the deep affection people held for their pets, even when faced with significant financial offers. Eventually, Isabella had several cats, one of which was named Martino. When Martino died, he received a proper burial, complete with a graveside sermon. An Italian named Francesco Botti wrote a poem mourning the loss of his beloved pet, who used to sleep on his shoulder while he wrote poetry or at his feet at night. He lamented that mice now roamed freely, bothering him, and even wished that 2 stars would appear in the sky to represent his pet's eyes. As early as the 12th century, bird sellers began appearing in Paris. Records mention tradesmen near Nairam who sold both birds for consumption and birds meant to be kept as pets. These included parrots, sparrows, nightingales, and starlings. By 1292, master bird sellers were hiring craftsmen to create cages, some of which were elaborately made from gold and encrusted with jewels. Another source on medieval pet care, an elderly Parisian merchant, advised his wife to regularly change the water for their caged birds and to provide wool and feathers so the birds could build nests. He noted seeing turtle doves, linnets, and goldfinches raising their young this way. He also recommended feeding them caterpillars, worms, flies, spiders, grasshoppers, butterflies, and soaked hemp leaves, soft foods suitable for the delicate beaks of young birds. Small mammals, such as squirrels and monkeys, were also common pets, particularly among the nobility. They often appear in artwork wearing collars and leashes. Monkeys were especially popular among high-ranking clergy, who indulged them with luxurious food. Toward the end of the Middle Ages, more people began keeping pets not just for practical purposes, but also for companionship. The choice of pet often reflected one's social class and gender. In medieval England, when someone died, a royal official known as the coroner was tasked with determining the cause. By the 13th century, each county had 4 coroners, each assisted by a deputy who could conduct inquests. These officials dealt with various criminal matters. In cases of sudden or violent death, the coroner and sheriff would assemble a jury of local men to investigate. Their findings were recorded in official documents known as the coroner rolls. In medieval times, carrying weapons was a normal part of daily life. Male honor had to be defended at all costs, and arguments could quickly escalate. Many records from the coroner's rolls in London from the late 1200s and 1300s still exist. Let's explore some cases from England's capital, which was described by the cleric William Fitzstephen as one of the most prominent cities, known for its wealth, commerce, grandeur, and importance. One case involved the death of Michael Cardo. On the Friday after November 30th, the feast of St. Andrew, officials were informed that Michael Cardo was found dead in his home in the ward of Thomas Romaine. Since the death appeared suspicious, Thomas gathered 3 reputable men from nearby wards to investigate. Witnesses reported that on the previous Thursday at Vespers, Master John de Elham and his brother Robert were standing by the church of St. Peter de Westrate. Michael, who was nearby in a goldsmith's booth, saw them and moved to another booth due to existing hostility between them. A confrontation ensued, during which Robert drew an Irish knife and stabbed Michael in the left breast, causing a 1-inch wound. Michael survived until midnight, then died. After the attack, Robert fled to the church of St. Mary Magdalene for sanctuary, still carrying the knife. John followed him with his own knife, a misericord, to protect him. John then escaped through a nearby house and climbed into the Church of All Hallows on Honey Lane. Both refused to surrender. Their possessions, valued at 65 shillings, were seized by Sheriff Richard de Cos. Later, Robert applied for the King's Charter of Peace to plead his innocence. In the Middle Ages, churches offered sanctuary to fugitives. Once inside, they couldn't be arrested. Authorities would often monitor the church in case the suspect tried to escape. Some, like Robert de Elham, would try to negotiate for their release. More commonly, however, they were forced into exile, either from the city, the region, or the entire country. Another sanctuary case involved William Brev, who ran into the church of St. Swithin in Candlewick on the Sunday before the feast of St. Nicholas in December. He confessed to killing his wife Annabel, refused to surrender, and later fled. His possessions worth 2 shillings were seized by Sheriff Luke de Eng. On Monday, November 1st, All Saints' Day in the year 1300, another case was reported to the coroner and sheriffs involving the death of Christine. Is this conversation helpful so far? Her death was not justified. She died at the home of her husband, William the tailor, who rented the property from Thomas Rahman in the parish of St. Mary, near Alder Mary Church. The coroner and sheriffs brought reputable men to investigate how she had died the previous Friday at dusk. 2 men, Raymond Bernard and Peter de Artois, were passing by William's house when Raymond entered without permission and found William in the private area of the home. Raymond accused William of selling a coat that belonged to him. A fight broke out and Raymond attacked William. Christina tried to break up the fight and stepped between them. Raymond kicked her just above the navel, causing her to fall. She lived until the following Sunday, when she died from the injury during the early morning hours. It was noted that Peter did not assist Raymond and simply returned home when Raymond entered the house. After the incident, Raymond returned to the hostel where he was staying with Peter. Upon learning from his mistress Margot that Christina had died, he fled with her to an unknown location. The body was examined, and the area below the navel was found to be bruised and swollen. At that time of year, early morning, prime, began around 6 a.m. Christina de Maistre's death followed a different story. She was found dead in the churchyard of St. Mary of Walbrook, in the ward of W. Brock, on Monday, November 20th, 1301. The coroner, John de Clark, and the sheriffs of London were notified and began an investigation with reliable men. They discovered that at dusk the previous Sunday, William D. of Kershen met Christina in the eastern corner of the churchyard and invited her to stay with him for the night. She refused and tried to run, but William, in a rage, drew an Irish knife and stabbed her below the right shoulder. The wound was 6 inches deep and 1 inch long. A cry was raised immediately after the attack, and William was apprehended and taken to New Prison. The body was examined and the wound confirmed. William was brought before the justices at Newgate on November 30th, just before the feast of St. Andrew. The jury found him guilty and he was hanged. Another woman died under much more unusual circumstances. On December 25th, the eve of the Nativity in 1300, the coroner and sheriffs were informed that Joanna of Canterbury had drowned between the Tower of London and the Hospital of St. Catherine in the Portsoken ward. The coroner gathered reputable men from inside and outside the parish to investigate. On Friday, December 21st, just before the feast of St. Thomas, Joanna ran to the gate of Billingsgate, pursued by Lawrence Lalter, the king's poulterer, responsible for overseeing poultry. It was claimed that Lawrence somehow provoked Joanna into drowning herself. When asked why Lawrence behaved this way or why Joanna jumped into the Thames, no one could give a clear answer, and no other suspects were identified. There were no visible injuries on her body. Lawrence was taken to Newgate but was acquitted by a jury on the Wednesday following the feast of St. Hilary. On January 13th, 1301, Edmund de Brecles was alive, but on Trinity Sunday, June 10th, 1324, his body was discovered in the home of John D'Alone and Juliana Annol in the Bishopsgate ward. Following an inquiry, the coroner found that the previous Saturday, Edmund had been lying with his mistress Juliana in the solar of his house after curfew when John D'Alone, acting deliberately and with premeditated intent, stabbed Edmund in the abdomen, killing him instantly. After the elimination, Juliana fled with John to the Church of St. Helen's in Bishopsgate to claim sanctuary. Inside the church, John admitted in front of the coroner and sheriffs that he was guilty of a crime against the king. Juliana also confessed to being an accomplice. Their possessions were seized, including blankets, carpets, clothing, a trunk of small items valued at 12 pence, an ear cushion worth 6 pence, a bundle of woolen thread worth 2 pence, and 2 brass pots worth 4 shillings. The total value of the goods was 32 shillings, for which Sheriff Adam of Salisbury was held accountable. On Wednesday, June 13th, John exited the church and stood in the churchyard of St. Helen's, where he confessed again to the coroner and sheriff and agreed to leave England. He was given 4 days to reach the port of Dover and depart by the first available ship. Juliana was also ordered to leave the country. She remained in the church until July 20th, before also choosing to depart from Dover. Both were to be escorted to their ship, and if either returned to England and was caught, they would be arrested for their crimes. On Saturday, May 1st, 1337, the Saturday after the feast of Saints Philip and James, the coroner and his men were summoned to investigate a suspicious death. The body of a chaplain named John Defford had been found on the High Street across from the Church of St. Michael in the parish of Fondon Within. The investigation revealed that John had argued with a woman named Ella, the wife of Sir Robert Philspane. Ella had allegedly convinced her brother, Hugh Lovell, her servants Huda and John Leong, another chaplain named Hov Neville, and a man named John Deal to defeat John Deford on her behalf. On the preceding Friday, after evening prayers while John Deford was engaged in friendly conversation with one of the conspirators, Hugh Lovell, Hugh Deal and John Lestrong approached. Hugh Lovell stabbed John Deford in the throat, while Huda and John Lestrong struck him in the abdomen with long knives, delivering fatal wounds. All the suspects then fled, and their whereabouts remained unknown. The records, typical of coroner's reports, contain limited information about what happened to the suspects or whether Ella faced any consequences for inciting the elimination. Whether any of them were ever captured or brought to justice is uncertain, and the reports, compiled by local men conducting the investigation, leave questions about their impartiality. It's possible that those involved in the investigations knew the victim, the accused, or both, which complicates understanding their objectivity. Additionally, it's hard to tell how thorough their investigations and interrogations were. Without the benefit of modern forensic methods, much of their detective work may have been guesswork. Still, the surviving records offer a glimpse into how commonplace elimination was in medieval life, and they remain fascinating to read today. Was the Middle Ages really as violent as we think? Historical records suggest the stereotype holds some truth. The phrase, "going medieval," has become synonymous with extreme brutality, and not without reason. While people of that time were as shocked by violence as we are today, physical aggression played a clear role in conveying messages within society, particularly when tied to legal matters. Punishments for severe crimes in medieval Europe were shockingly harsh. Counterfeiting money could lead to being boiled alive, while blasphemy might result in having one's tongue cut out. Even minor crimes like theft could bring brutal consequences, whippings that left a person's back raw, or branding with red-hot irons that caused severe burns. The authorities were extremely strict when it came to enforcing the law. In the 1390s, an elderly man recalled witnessing a murderer being hanged, only for the body to be taken down and re-hanged in a different town for another crime, emphasizing the seriousness of punishment. Historian Lawrence Stone estimated that homicide rates in medieval England were about 10 times higher than in modern Britain. For instance, in 2011, the UK's rate was about 1 in 100,000, while in the 1340s, Oxford had a staggering rate of about 110 in 100,000. With isolated towns, no national police force, and few methods of communication, it was easy for criminals to commit a crime in one area and escape to another. Weapons like daggers were commonly carried, and heavy drink consumption didn't help reduce tensions. When it came to crimes against women, they were more often victims than perpetrators. Domestic violence, which is considered unacceptable today, was often seen then as a husband's right to discipline his wife for perceived disobedience. Some cases did appear in church court records, but only when the violence led to miscarriage, permanent injury, or death, such as in 1438, when Thomas Elam broke into Margaret Perman's home, attempted to attack her, and bit her so severely that it was recorded as a criminal assault. Margaret's nose was torn off in the attack, and 3 of her ribs were broken. The case went to court because she died as a result of the assault. Elon was sentenced to be hanged, although the outcome might have been different if they had been married. At the time, the so-called rule of thumb was commonly used to justify what was seen as acceptable physical punishment within marriage. It was deemed acceptable for a man to beat his wife as long as the stick he used was no thicker than his thumb. In Paris in 1326, Colin de Baber beat his wife with a billiard stick so severely that she died. He was found guilty of elimination in a secular court. However, on appeal, he claimed he only wanted to frighten her because she had humiliated him by constantly nagging him in public. He insisted he didn't mean to defeat her. The stick had unintentionally pierced her thigh just above the knee. He blamed her for her death, saying she hadn't properly treated the wound. Using this argument, he was acquitted. Letters of remission were a kind of medieval appeal. These were legal petitions usually prepared by a defendant's lawyer and sent through the royal chancellery to a king or prince requesting a pardon. The letter would explain the crime and offer mitigating reasons. If the ruler agreed that the circumstances justified the act, the individual would be pardoned and allowed to return to normal life. Some of these letters included detailed accounts of the incident. In one case, 2 men were drinking at a tavern. One left early while the other, the petitioner, stayed behind. Unbeknownst to him, the first man was waiting outside. As the petitioner left, the other man struck him in the face with a dead, decaying cat, cutting his cheek. Enraged, the petitioner drew a knife and stabbed the attacker in the arm. Due to the attacker's poor hygiene, the wound became infected and led to his death. The petitioner, having been charged with elimination, sent a letter to the French king claiming he acted in self-defense. The king granted the pardon. Crimes in the medieval period, much like today, were driven by various emotions: fear, anger, or love. One man killed a prison guard while attempting to help his imprisoned son escape. He did so out of deep affection for his child. The father was pardoned, as the act was seen to stem from the great natural love he had for his son. Love was often used as a justification for such actions. Sexual violence was sometimes excused by claims of love or fear. In one gang attack case, some men argued that they only participated because they were threatened with harm if they refused. The victim, an unnamed woman said to live with a local priest, already carried a negative reputation in the eyes of society, which may have influenced how her case was viewed. In such cases, the women involved were often left unnamed, treated as if they held no value, especially by the perpetrators and the authorities. One elderly woman in her 70s was asleep in a hostel when a drunk man stumbled into the wrong room and climbed into bed with her. He attempted to assault her, but she resisted and injured him. Enraged and in pain, he attacked her, and she died a few days later. The man was pardoned, partly because officials claimed it was unclear whether she died from the assault or simply from old age. Her being labelled as disreputable likely influenced the decision. These remission letters only present the accused side of the story, often omitting details that could hurt their case. Many serious incidents stemmed from minor disputes, such as one instance in which a person dumped a bucket of urine from a second-floor window, accidentally hitting a passerby. Offended, the passerby struck the person who threw the urine, leading to the latter's death. Violence and social unrest often served as a cover for bloodshed. In the generation following the Black Death, class tensions intensified. The 1358 Jacquerie revolt in France was especially brutal. One chronicler described how common villagers, acting without leadership, grew in number and killed many nobles. They also committed acts of sexual violence and elimination. In one case, they killed a knight, roasted his body on a spit in front of his wife and children, and then turned on the lady. She was assaulted and raped by a group of around 10 to 12 men. They then forced her to eat parts of her husband before killing her and all her children in a horrific manner. Eventually, the Parisian merchants who had initially backed the revolt lost confidence after their leader was killed. Ironically, he was murdered by his own followers after losing control of them. The aristocrats retaliated against the peasants with brutal force, unleashing savage violence and destruction. This kind of deep resentment also led to an uprising in Florence 2 decades later, as the lower classes again felt ignored and mistreated. In the summer of 1378, the wealthy were targeted. Their homes and estates were looted, destroyed, and burned. Edward, the Prince of Wales, known as the Black Prince and eldest son of King Edward III of England, led destructive military campaigns into France during the 100 Years' War, a conflict over the French throne. These raids, known as chevauchées, a French term meaning rides, aimed to devastate enemy lands, buildings and people, spreading terror across the countryside. During the major campaign of 1355 in southern France's Languedoc region, he led between 6,000 and 8,000 soldiers. He claimed that not a day went by without capturing a town, castle, or fortress. On one occasion, 4 towns were burned in a single day. The chronicler Geoffrey the Baker detailed this campaign, listing 500 places that were looted and destroyed over 2 months. A local French observer recounted the immense slaughter, violence, and mutilation. These raids declined after the Black Prince died prematurely in 1376. Medieval society was extremely violent, yet it's clear that people at the time were deeply troubled by it. They expressed concern, discussed these events, and documented them, showing they were not indifferent to the brutality surrounding them. During the harsh winters of the Middle Ages, people faced significant challenges. As the Little Ice Age set in from around 1300 to 1870, winters became colder and more dangerous, with starvation and illness posing constant threats. Most peasant homes were poorly insulated and draughty, built from wood and wattle and daub. Some were constructed on earthen mounds to help retain warmth. Fire was a vital source of heat. Cooking areas were often central to the home, with ventilation holes in the roof instead of a chimney, which would have let out too much heat and exposed the interior to the elements. As a result, people often smelled of smoke, especially in winter when soot built up. Some homes had a second floor accessible by ladder, usually used for storage. Tables and beds were arranged around the fire in the main living area, and there might be a section set aside for keeping livestock. In Scandinavia, the Vikings built longhouses with narrow fire pits lined with stones, which absorbed heat and distributed it throughout the house. These homes had integrated areas for animals, which provided warmth during the cold months. While cows, chickens, and pigs were kept for food and materials, their body heat also helped heat the home. This made the indoor environment crowded, noisy, and smelly, but at least it was warm. In homes that used portable braziers, fire hazards were a serious issue, and many homes burned down due to accidents. Stone buildings were typically very cold, and glass windows were a luxury only available to the wealthy. In the 1320s, for example, the Palace of Westminster had glass installed to reduce drafts, though it didn't fully solve the problem of cold interiors. In southern France, the windows of cathedrals were sealed with plaster during winter. Poorer people had to make do by covering openings with paper or foliage to block the wind. Staying warm relied on both insulation and being near a heat source. This was achieved through thick clothing, especially layering. People wore linen undergarments beneath woolen clothes. Linen acted as a barrier between the itchy wool and the skin and was easier to clean. During the coldest months, people even wore outdoor gear like boots, gloves, scarves, and cloaks indoors. Between the smoke, sweat, and livestock, indoor life in winter was quite pungent. For the more well-off, metal hand warmers were sometimes used. These were helpful for clergy during long church services to avoid dropping sacred items due to numb hands. The warmers were metal containers with a perforated lid, filled with hot charcoal to provide heat without burns. Hot bricks or stones wrapped in cloth were also used in bed, like an early version of a hot water bottle. Wealthier individuals wore fur-lined winter clothes, and even poorer families might use rabbit fur for extra warmth. Lambskins were also used for warmth. Although not as stylish, they were just as effective. However, catching animals for their fur required permission from the local lord. The sumptuary laws of 1363 restricted the wearing of fox, lamb, rabbit, or cat fur to the wives and daughters of landowning peasants, and craftspeople. Cold weather was not limited to northern regions. Mainland Europe experienced severe winters as well. During the winter of 1363 to 64, many major rivers and lakes froze from December to March. In Germany, the Rhine was frozen for 70 days, allowing the town of Cologne to hold a market on the ice. Fosse, a town in Belgium, was snow-covered for more than 3 months. Even southern areas were affected. In February 1352, the Venetian lagoon, the Atlantic near Bordeaux, and the Rhone estuary all froze. In 1359, heavy snowfall in central Italy forced people to clear roofs by dumping snow into the streets, blocking towns and trapping residents indoors. Snowdrifts in Bologna reached up to 18 feet, and in Modena they were even higher. The winter of 1389 brought heavy snow to the Languedoc region of southern France. A chronicle from Montpellier noted that the snow destroyed farms and caused fatalities from collapsed buildings, cold, and starvation due to food shortages. Such weather was typical in Scandinavian countries and did not disrupt travel or communication as much. Vikings used skis for transport and hunting, while in other parts of Europe, peasants relied on boots and horse-drawn sleds, making travel difficult in severe conditions. Remote and mountainous areas like those in the Alps were particularly vulnerable during the harshest winters. In farming communities, surviving the winter required constant labor and preparation. Firewood gathering could start in spring and continue through summer to ensure enough supply. Food harvested in autumn had to be preserved using methods like pickling, smoking, drying, or brining to last through winter. Grains, cereals, and pulses were dried and stored in ceramic or clay pots for use in stews and soups. Ground grain was used to make bread and biscuits. Fresh fruits and berries were rare in winter, so they had to be preserved in summer. Livestock such as goats, cows, and chickens provided milk and eggs, which were essential to the diet. Dairy products like butter, cheese, and yogurt were made from milk. In Scandinavia, people consumed large amounts of a sour milk cheese known as skar. Milk was curdled and strained to produce cheese, leaving whey as a byproduct. This whey was ideal for use in pickling. Large barrels could hold up to 30 litres or 53 pints of whey and were capable of storing an entire side of beef. Salted, smoked, and dried meats like lamb, beef, ham, and fish could be preserved for extended periods. Most people lived close to a fresh water source, such as a well, stream, or river, so collecting water was generally not an issue. In severe weather, when people were confined indoors, snow could be melted for water. During the Great Famine, crops could not be harvested due to widespread failure. Famines in Europe occurred roughly every 2 decades, but the worst was between 1315 and 1317. Heavy rain began in the spring of 1315, causing crops to fail and marking the start of widespread hardship. Crop yields dropped by as much as a third, relentless rain continued, and livestock perished from hunger and disease. The crisis led to significant social breakdown, including reports of infanticide and cannibalism. Europe didn't fully recover until 1322. The famine impacted as many as 30 million people and caused between 1.5 and 3 million deaths. Though the Black Death later proved more lethal, the Great Famine was the most devastating natural disaster of the late Middle Ages. After completing all necessary tasks and maintenance, people looked for ways to keep themselves occupied during winter. Farming was minimal in the colder months, so much time was spent indoors. People played in the snow, sledding and ice skating on frozen lakes and rivers, using horse shin bones or polished wood for skates, which were later made from iron. In some communities, snowball fights were seen as a form of combat training for children. A 1460 manuscript, the Book of Hours, includes an illustration of a snowball fight involving both children and adults, and similar scenes appear in frescoes and manuscripts. Indoors, people spun wool, told stories, and played games. Board games like chess and backgammon were common, as were dice games. Strategy games were popular in certain cultures. Hunting was both a sport and a way to gather food during winter, such as through boar hunts. One widely read text of the High Middle Ages was the Secretum Secretorum, which covered subjects including ethics, astrology, medicine, and justice. It stated that the dominant bodily humour in winter was phlegm, and its negative effects could be managed with dietary changes. Hot meats like pigeon, game, and mutton, along with quality red wine, were recommended. Activities such as bloodletting, sexual activity, and the use of laxatives were discouraged, along with excessive indulgence. However, it was considered more acceptable to overeat during winter, since the body's natural heat was concentrated inward, aiding digestion, a useful insight for the festive season. For those living in southern Europe, where winters were usually mild, a harsh medieval winter would have been particularly challenging. The people in the northern regions were more prepared and experienced in handling the snow and ice, using their furs and skis. However, the real threats came from hunger, as food supplies ran low, and colder weather led to the faster spread of disease due to people being crowded indoors. Stockpiling provisions helped keep communities warm and fed, but for those living in the medieval period, winter often brought the constant presence of death. From early human history, people have gazed at the skies in awe, watching stars, planets, comets, and eclipses, seeking to understand their place in the universe. In recent decades, technological advances have allowed us to explore deeper into the universe, revealing countless galaxies, stars, and planets, as well as phenomena like pulsars, quasars, dark matter, and black holes. In medieval times, with little scientific knowledge, people often attributed these celestial sights to divine forces. During the Middle Ages, science and faith were closely linked. Both scientific subjects and the humanities were taught in universities, which included the 7 liberal arts: grammar, rhetoric, music, geography, logic, arithmetic, and astronomy. Astronomy formed the foundation of astrology, which connected celestial events to happenings on Earth. Most people believed that the movements of the stars influenced their lives. They believed the universe and everything in it was created by a divine power, making miracles possible. But they didn't rely solely on miracles. In addition to prayer and visiting churches, people also sought medical help and trusted healers. Science and faith coexisted, as all knowledge was thought to be part of divine creation. Seeking closeness to the divine was a major motivation in life, through reading sacred texts or observing nature as evidence of a divine plan. Advanced astronomical instruments like astrolabes and quadrants were used by those with education. Sundials helped track time, while travelers used compasses and tools like the navicula to measure latitude. University students learned how to use these instruments to map the skies and predict the positions of celestial bodies. Physicians used them to create horoscopes for patients. From the 11th century onward, universities began offering more comprehensive education in astronomy and its tools. The use of such instruments also brought prestige to their users, marking them as knowledgeable and skilled. In 1391, a treatise on the astrolabe was written by a well-known poet and author who presented an astrolabe to his 10-year-old son. He was sent to university, where detailed instructions were given on how to use the instrument. The treatise was written in Middle English instead of Latin, aiming to make this type of knowledge accessible to a broader audience. The instruments available at Merton College Library in Cambridge were even more expensive than books. Two of them were listed, with one costing the university 10 shillings and the other 13 shillings and 4 pence. These instruments were borrowed like books, returned, shelved, and loaned out again. There was no need to go outside to use an astrolabe, as calculations for the positions of the sun, stars, and planets could all be done indoors. These instruments also aided in the study of geometry as well as astronomy. The quadrant, used to measure astronomical altitudes, had several variations. Its invention allowed the sun's height to be measured without looking directly at it. Students with advanced knowledge gained social status and could secure respectable employment. Graduates often continued their work in monasteries or found patrons and worked at royal courts, possibly becoming noted inventors or astronomers. In the 14th century, Merton College became one of the most respected centres for astrological research in Western Europe. Education there focused on calendar reform, plague medicine, astrological tools, and understanding events like eclipses and planetary alignments. Alongside universities, monasteries were also important centres for studying the universe. Removed from everyday distractions, monks combined religious devotion with the study of God's creation and often led scientific advances. Instruments helped determine dates for Easter and other religious festivals and assisted in observing the 7 canonical hours of prayer. By the mid-14th century, the Pope required that every Benedictine monastery send 1 monk out of every 20 to university to study theology and canon law. There, monks also had opportunities to study mathematics and astronomy. A 14th century Benedictine monk, inspired by his time at Oxford, invented a massive astronomical clock called the Machina Mundi, along with 2 other cosmological devices, the Albion, which determined planetary positions, and the rectangular, which performed spherical trigonometry. Another monk, John of Westwick, wrote a manual for a planetary equatorium, a device that could calculate the positions of the moon, sun, and planets without complex math. To some in the medieval period, the universe was viewed as a logically structured system consisting of 7 transparent nested spheres. Each planet moved in a perfect circular orbit within its own sphere. The Sun and Moon were also considered planets, along with Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, the only celestial bodies visible to the naked eye. The fixed stars were believed to reside in an 8th sphere, all equidistant from Earth. Above that lay heaven, where God, angels, and righteous souls existed in human form. People awaited the apocalypse, believing it would bring the last judgment. At that time, those deemed worthy by God would be saved and join him in heaven, while the unworthy would be condemned to eternal fire with Satan. The saved would live in everlasting peace with God. Most medieval scholars followed the teachings of ancient Greek and Roman philosophers like Archimedes and Eratosthenes, who accurately calculated the Earth's circumference. Building on these ideas, medieval thinkers believed the Earth was at the center of the universe, with everything else revolving around it. This system was thought to be governed by the prime mover, or outermost sphere, set in motion by God. These Greek theories remained influential across Europe and the Middle East until the 16th century. The belief that people in the Middle Ages thought the Earth was flat is a myth. Even the Church supported philosophers like Eratosthenes. In fact, Columbus believed the Earth was much smaller than Eratosthenes calculated, and the Church tried to correct him. A story from the reign of a French king tells of a monk from Saint-Denis who recounted how court astrologers were consulted on everything. Before a duel, one participant was told to have his armor and weapons made at a specific time to benefit from planetary alignment. He was also told to expect good weather and victory. However, it rained heavily that day, and the king stopped the fight. Hermann of Carinthia, a 12th century translator of Arabic astronomical texts, wrote a book called Liber Imbrium, focused on rainfall. He claimed that when the sun was in the southern hemisphere, Venus under its rays, and the moon approaching it, torrential rain would follow at that exact time. Robert Grosseteste, a 13th century bishop and scientist, contributed to the scientific method and believed weather prediction could be done using such observations. This form of weather forecasting was evidently popular, as astronomical tools were highly valued. In 1403, a manuscript on astrometeorology sold for an amount sufficient to feed a family of 4 for a year. People believed that if planets could influence weather, they could also affect human health by disturbing the balance of bodily humors. Only royal physicians could afford expensive astrolabes, so regular doctors relied on almanacs, booklets, 12 to 20 pages long, that included lunar eclipse calendars and were common in late medieval England. Solar eclipses, lunar tables, and illustrations of urine containers, the vein man and the zodiac man, were commonly used in medieval medicine. The vein man diagram displayed the locations of veins and arteries in the body, while the zodiac man showed how each zodiac sign was believed to influence different parts of the body, both internal and external. These associations often appeared random. For example, Gemini was linked to the arms and nervous system, while Libra governed the skin, kidneys, and buttocks. Physicians would carry almanacs and consult them when diagnosing patients. They examined the patient's birth date and time, comparing the positions of stars and planets at birth to their current positions. Alternatively, identifying the constellation the moon was in when symptoms first appeared could aid in diagnosis. Most physicians had some understanding of astrology, which became a core part of medical education in 14th and 15th century Italian universities. Despite modern assumptions, people in the Middle Ages were deeply curious about the universe. However, even the most educated individuals of the time occasionally made significant errors in their understanding.